the challenges, the perils of the current food system, and the solutions, and even more importantly, to unpack these pathways to solutions. So we've invited a very esteemed global audience and global thinkers today to this event so we can do that very thing. Now, just a very little bit of background on LIDC for those of you who aren't familiar with us. Next slide, please, Dawn. Next slide. There we are. We're a consortium of 7 University of London institutions. We have over 6,400 members that work across all aspects of global development. So as I like to say, we're one of the highest concentrations of global development expertise globally, here among our 7 institutions in London. So next slide, please, Dylan. Perfect. So again, we harness our members' expertise to provide new knowledge solutions to the most complex challenges impacting the world's most vulnerable citizens. We've done a large number of work in food systems. Next slide, please, Dylan. These are just a few of our projects. Of course, we've got the director of the global panel here. We've got gift stall and so many other projects we've been working on with students here. And of course, we've got people from the hub. So, but one of the things that we found across all of our food systems project is this. Next slide, please, Dawn. Ooh, sorry. yeah. Is that when we're moving into it's over and over and over again, it's just been demonstrated that it's the synergies and interactions between these pieces of the food systems that really matter. And that as we're moving into this climate change world, and one of the things we have to stop thinking about climate change as a driver, it's the embedded context in which all of these changes to the food systems occur. And it's this transformational space, like it or not, transformation is happening very quickly to the global food system. And we're either going to be in charge of that, or we're going to be just behind the 8 ball. So today, I hope we can unpack some of these issues. Very warm welcome to everyone. I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Anissa Chan from Nature Food. Thank you very much, Anissa.
Thank you, Claire. Good morning, everybody. I'm just going to introduce myself and a bit about the journal, and then introduce it to our first speaker. So, I'm Anissa Chan. I'm a senior editor at the journal Nature Food. Nature Food is part of the Nature branded thematic journals, and we launched in 2020 because there was an urgent need for this kind of joined up thinking within food systems research, and interdisciplinary work needed to be published to address these big food systems questions. So since 2020, we wanted to provide forum for the kind of discussions that we're going to have today. So I'm very honoured to be here today. Thank you for inviting me. I am the editor that's responsible for the areas in livestock, fisheries, aquaculture, cellular agriculture, also areas of food policy and food in conflict. Our other editors, they work in expertise such as sustainability and plant biology and genomics and genetics. So within the team, we cover a lot of different areas within food systems research. And we recognise that it's important that the different disciplines talk to each other, because we can't work in silos anymore. That's not going to provide the solutions that we need today and for the future. So coming to our agenda for today, I'm very excited about the discussions that we're going to have today. We start this morning with our keynote speaker, David, who I will introduce in a moment. And then session 1 this morning, we'll be talking about working towards new global food systems. And that will take us through into lunchtime. There will be a break. And this afternoon, we have 3 sessions. We're going to focus in on innovation and sustainability in Africa, and then looking at partnership and policy within food systems. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have a panel discussion with the speakers who are here with us in person, and then we will wrap up. So I'm very excited to talk about all these topics, and I think we should get started. So I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, who is Dr. David Navarro from the World Health Organization, who is joining us online. David is a co-director and chair of Global Health at Imperial's Institute of Global Health and Innovation, which he was appointed in 2019. He is also a strategic director of the Swiss-based social enterprise for SD, established in 2017, training and mentoring leaders for sustainable development. In March 2020, he was also appointed Special Envoy of the EU Director General of COVID-19. And he is also co-chair of the World Innovation Summit, the Health Forum of Climate Change and Health. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over to David.
Well, thank you very much indeed. I would like to start by expressing total gratitude to Claire Hefferman and Anissa Chand for inviting me here. And I'm really sorry that I am in Geneva in Switzerland and not with you in London. I'm going to use this opportunity in a space of around 15 minutes to describe my experience of working with food systems, and I'm going to anchor that in the timing and implementation of the United Nations Food Systems Summit that took place in September 2021. I've had the opportunity to be working with a number of governments and the stakeholders within countries on food systems transformation since that summit, and in preparation now for a stock-taking moment that is being convened by the UN Secretary General in July this year to see how systems transformation is going. I'm going to make an assessment of where I think things are. It'll be very personal. And then I'm going to look ahead to the biennium 2023 to 2025 with some comments on what might occur. So I'm doing my best to offer a kind of live internal view of a series of international processes. If at any point anyone feels that I am not being helpful or indeed I am misleading, I'm super happy if Claire or Anissa get in front of the camera and ask me to stop, and we can interact and I can shift. That's the least I can do. The last thing that you want is a person who's remote, who is just going on regardless of what's happening. And here goes. It was in 2019 that I found myself interacting with colleagues internationally in anticipating a summit that would look at how food is being advanced internationally. We were, all of us, aware that food is complex, and I had myself, following my work with the United Nations, which I left in 2017, concluded that it really is necessary to adopt a systems approach, ideally a living systems approach to working with food, given the enormous range of actors and processes that are interlinked and offering value-adding activities from production to consumption to disposal of food. And these are all embedded within economic, societal, and natural environments. And that, of course, means that systems for food and making food accessible are not simply reproducible in a very direct way from one setting to another. They are locally specific, but they have some generic characteristics. And it's the generic characteristics that I want to highlight first. In thinking through the preparations for this first ever summit on food systems, in thinking through how the United Nations would encourage this, there were straight away some big difficulties. Within the United Nations system, a lot of time and energy is invested in establishing definitions and then norms for key activities in the relation to food, nutrition, health, development, indeed any of these issues. And in 2000, when the Millennium Development Goals were agreed, things were relatively straightforward in that each Millennium Development Goal was geared towards measurable changes among people in low-income countries. But when in 2015, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development was agreed, with 17 interconnected goals and embedded in 5 principles, these were people-centeredness, universality, interconnectedness, needing integrated responses, and to be implemented through widespread partnerships. It became clear that we'd moved away from very precise linear outcomes being demanded, and we're moving towards a need for interconnected systems thinking and action that approached issues in development from a planetary universal perspective, and that has transformed things enormously. Within our work on food systems in preparing for the Food Systems Summit, we decided to use the Sustainable Development Agenda and the 17 SDGs as our primary compass. We also decided that human rights instruments, particularly the right to food, should be at the center of our work. And we decided that this would mean that our approach should have ideally 6 different characteristics. Firstly, we should approach food always from a wide angle perspective, recognizing that food touches all 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. That means it has to be dealt with as an interdisciplinary issue. And although we tend to get certain disciplines being dominant in discussions about food, the more that a wider disciplinary approach can be applied, particularly bringing social sciences alongside natural sciences and managerial sciences, the better we will be. Thirdly, we concluded that it was necessary to approach food as a cross-sectoral issue and not to have it located just within a single sector of governance. Fourthly, food had to be tackled by multiple stakeholders working together. It just cannot be left to government or to business or to professional organizations or to scientists alone. Fifth, that our work on food systems had to move from the very local to the global and to take account of a variety of jurisdictions in between, subnational, national, and regional. And sixth, that in working on food systems, we had to avoid seeing the systems work as somehow long-term and work on short-term issues like increasing levels of wasting or food insecurity as somehow capable of being dealt with outside food systems analysis. And instead, we said short-term and long-term, they're all part of food systems thinking. Now, by widening and deepening the analytical frame in this way, we obviously were able to broaden our embrace of issues and processes, but of course it makes for extreme complexity when it comes to trying to organize, compartmentalize, and prioritize. We did spend a lot of time just posing the question, what is a sustainable, equitable, and resilient food system? And what are the right ways in? And because we wanted to get diverse engagement of multiple stakeholders, because we wanted to engage fully in the political and institutional realm with our work, we also decided that we could not restrict the portal of entry. And this led to some challenges in preparing for the Food Systems Summit, as several organizations and groups said they only wanted to engage under certain explicit starting conditions. For a big group of more than 450 organizations, there was a request that we should start with an absolute commitment by all actors to the right to food, and an agreement to use the preparation for the Food Systems Summit within the context of the Committee on World Food Security. This was not accepted by all nations and actors, and it led to a boycott of the summit process by a number of organizations. And that's always the difficulty with this open approach to systems working, is that there will be some who just cannot accept that and who will say, I cannot tolerate it and participate in it under the circumstances that you're offering. But the work we did in the summit did involve working in the political realm, tackling institutional issues, tackling schisms between the positions with a particular focus on nature, diet, equity, and resilience and nutrition. And in that way, we had 5 action tracks that came up with game-changing possibilities, and they were offering to the summit key directions down which to go. And those then became embedded in the Secretary General's framework for action. But my job was a bit different. I wasn't part of developing the game-changing solutions and action areas. My involvement was in finding ways to engage national authorities, other stakeholders within countries, and encouraging widespread multi-stakeholder dialogue around the kind of food systems that were desired for the future in individual countries and in different stakeholder groups. The underlying theme of our work was to try to find ways to help people everywhere access the nutritious food they need at an affordable cost. That food should be produced sustainably with adequate income going to producers. Now, all of you looking, for example, at recent UK news will be aware that there is an impossible equation here. Right now, in most countries, it's proving to be very difficult to enable everybody to access and afford nutritious food, enable farmers to be adequately compensated for their production, and to enable all food production to be nature positive and climate compatible. You'll be discussing this, what I call impossible equation today, and that's why nature food has become so involved in these issues. And from our perspective, the only way that we can deal with the challenges with finding a complete resolution to these issues is through dialogue at all levels, local level, national level, and at international level. Now, we've got one extra complication, and that is that food energy, health and finance systems have been shocked over the last 2 years by the combination of the impact of COVID-19 and containment measures, the acceleration of climate change and adverse weather, the rampant inflation that we've seen in a lot of prices, including food, that's unevenly spread and unevenly affecting people and nations, as well as the increasing incidence of violent conflict. Together with others, I've been participating in a global crisis response group set up by the UN Secretary General. And within that, what we seek to do is to make certain that the current perturbations in food systems are not somehow seen as an excuse to stop the inevitable work towards food systems transformation, but are seen as one of the set of factors that have to be taken into account. So finally, just a word about where we've got to. We developed methodology for widespread dialogue between 2018 and 2020 within my group 4SD that Anissa referred to. And we tested it out in more than 20 settings around the time that the Eat Lancet report on food, planet and health was launched. We developed a method for dialogue that actually reduced the incidence for major confrontation between different actors. And we got a very, very positive result from dialogues involving 110,000 people in more than 150 countries when they were applied during the preparations of the Food Systems Summit. But it went further than that. The dialogues were used to develop strategic pathways for moving forward, and more than 120 countries developed their food systems transformation pathways. During the 2 years since the September 21 summit, we have seen the pathways used as an opportunity to bring different elements of food systems together, to encourage diverse stakeholder engagement in implementing those pathways, and to then get agreement around priorities and implementation, agreement that would at least be there in the pathway, but recognizing that because food systems transformation is a profoundly political process, you don't always move in a linear direction, but the pathway is being used as a point of reference for stakeholders as the work is taken forward. And right now we're coming up to the stock take on progress that's been made since the 2021 summit. Yesterday and every day now, I am engaged in connecting with the 120 plus countries that have been committed to advancing in this direction. And I am seeing incredible results. I just want to stress that these results are not necessarily reported in the mainstream newspapers, where you're more likely to hear about confrontation between people worried about access to water and farmers needing water to irrigate, or people worried about the environment and contamination of the environment with nitrates, and farmers wanting to be able to keep more cattle or pigs. So the confrontations are in the public domain, but there is so much action underway beneath the public information, where dialogues have led not just to compromise, but have led to balanced action underway. And the interesting phenomenon is that we've seen more results from dialogue and from compromise in low income and middle income countries, whereas the forces seem to be more polarized in the high income countries, and this is been a quite unexpected finding. So we have the stock take moment in July, and then there will be the next biennium of work on food systems transformation moving forward, with an effort increasingly now to try to get food systems thinking and action into climate action linked to Climate COP28 in UAE, and also nature positive food systems transformation becoming more widespread following the Montreal Biodiversity COP15 Accord of last year. Thank you very much for the chance to introduce. I hope this was some help in framing your conversations. Over to Anissa and Claire.
Thank you, David. We have time for one question. Is there any questions from the online audience or in the room? Yes. Yes.
Thank you very much, David, for this very interesting overview. I attended one of the dialogues and was really lucky to see what people reporting on. And I felt that a lot of people are talking about investment and resources. Do you think this will be one of the main barriers to achieve the pathways and the outcomes that people are working on, or is it less of a problem because of the fund that is available?
Thanks very much indeed. How apt for you to come up with this particular reaction at this time, because the International Fund for Agricultural Development, or IFAD, and the World Bank were asked to work on a potential new investment architecture for those who seek to invest in sustainable food systems, because right now, anybody who's investing in government tends to invest down sector lines. So you get investment into a Ministry of Agriculture or a Ministry of Health or a Ministry of Environment for their line ministry priorities, rather than investment in the wider objective of food systems transformation. Very rarely do we find situations where money can be applied to the broader food systems activity. It usually means that a national treasury is hugely involved in agriculture and food, and that's not the normal pattern. So how do you swing away from that? And the answer has to be, in our experience, the creation of cross-ministerial authorities for food that have the capacity to receive and to make use of investment. When it comes to private investment, the options are also quite challenging. Just as trying to get private investment into green energy, it's taken a lot of time to persuade investors that this is desirable, and that in fact, if you don't invest in what is sustainable agriculture, you're going to have stranded assets. But there's been a remarkable shift actually in the last 2 or 3 years. I'm not quite sure what's triggered it. And there is a big raft of new investment groups and new umbrella organizations backing them for finding ways to cost the damage caused by investing in harmful food systems, and then to incentivize investment in well-functioning food systems. I mean, in UK, there are a number of groups working on this. I'd like to particularly name Systemic, SYSTEMIQ, who have been involved in this work for some time. And internationally, we are seeing, as I said, work by the development banks, but also by a number of international banks and investment capital groups to establish benchmarks for sustainable investing in food systems, a bit like we've got benchmarks for investing in green energy, and then using those benchmarks to create a category of investment that is classed as more sustainable, which will hopefully be seen, particularly by those who've got capital they're investing for a long period, like pension funds, will be seen as attractive to them. We're not there yet, but just as over the last few years, the green energy investment possibilities have improved and a number of funds have appeared, like Green Climate Fund, to help with that. I anticipate that during the next year or two, there will be a big upsurge in investment opportunities in sustainable food systems, and kind of discussions you're having today will, I hope, help establish the framing for that kind of work.
Thank you. Thank you, David. It was a really interesting talk, and I'm sure some of the points that you raised will come up during the Q&A later. So now we'd like to move into the first session for today, which is called Issues, Challenges and Change towards a New Global Food System. And for the first part of the session, we will have two speakers, Tim Benton and Sare Puradesh. So they're both here with us today. So Tim, for those of you who don't know Tim, I'm sure everyone knows Tim already, but Tim Benton leads the Environmental and Society Programme at Chatham House. He joined Chatham House in 2016 as a distinguished visiting fellow, at which time he was also Dean of Strategic Research Initiatives at the University of Leeds. Are you still on? I could go on.
We're running behind time.
It's a very long list. Go ahead.
Morning, everybody. I don't know what's happened to the screen, but it's got elongated. I hope we'll be able to still read the text. I'm going to do two talks today. Both are related to each other, and I'm afraid they're both quite Bentonian views in the systems things that David's been talking about, because I've been doing a lot of work recently being a failed academic and systems ecologist. I've spent my life steeped in systems, and so I'm really interested in not how you change a part of the system, but how you enable the change in part of the system, because everything gets locked in together. And so, in a sense, these two talks are linked together, and I've given the second one. My colleague Laura is unfortunately unable to be here today, but it will relate, the two relate together. So let's start off. Can we turn the lights off?
Yes.
Thank you. This is my cartoon of the food system, which I actually put together an embarrassing 15 years ago, long before food systems were popular. We produce food, it impacts on the environment, it largely in rich bulk goes into some supply chain, ends up in a retail outlet for most of us where we choose it, and it impacts on our nutrition, health and well-being, but our well-being and sometimes our health is also impacted by the environment in which we live. Now, it's a complex system, and we won't get into the definition of what a complex system is, but it is non-linear. It is self-organizing. The decisions are not made by some overall governor of the food system. The decisions are made by all of the actors working within the legal and regulatory rules of the game, etc. And it's certainly not clear to me that if we want to improve health and nutrition down here, that the immediate button to press is this one. And yet that is what the last 50 years of work has largely been done on, is on the supply side of the system, as opposed to thinking about how to shape the system on the demand side. And one of my kind of economic heroes is this gentleman here, William Stanley Jevons, who's a coal economist in the 1870s. And many of us kind of naively believe that there is some sort of demand out there that is set by a number of people and their wealth. And our job within the food system is to supply that demand. But as Jevons pointed out, actually, if you innovate on the supply side, you reduce the price by increasing the efficiency. And that in itself drives demand. So one of the challenges for sustainable food systems is to think about how we can break out from the endogenous, in system terms, drive that no matter how much we innovate, we will always be creating more and more demand. And so the whole literature on sustainable food is driven by thinking about low footprint foods, LCA, etc., etc. There are lots of debate. Should we eat less of this because it's got a high footprint and eat this instead? But if we're eating more of low footprint stuff, then there is the risk that the aggregate, the total impacts go up. And therefore, it might not be a route to sustainable food systems to think about efficiency of supply, which is the great political rhetoric of our times. And just to illustrate that, this is a food balance sheet data largely in terms of over my lifetime. This is a proxy of agricultural efficiency and productivity, cereal yield on a global basis, ton per hectare. As we've driven up through intensifying our food systems, our production systems, as we've driven up cereal yield, price has gone down and per capita availability has gone up. Yay, that's what the system was originally designed to do. But the challenge is, exemplified by this slide, as we have driven up cereal yields, prices have come down. In many parts of the world, it's now economically rational to waste food, so food waste has gone up in a non-linear way. And as prices have gone down, and we've got a system based around ultra-processed foods and cheapness and foods with all the same kind of high calorie density, low nutrition. For many people in the world, eating an excess of food is a daily reality, across Europe 20% on average. So again, that's obesity in the right-hand panel. Obesity has gone up. Both of those are non-linear. And as you can see, an increment in reducing prices, a linear pattern, leads to an amplification of the negatives, waste and obesity in this case. That's an example of the Jevons paradox. And just to kind of illustrate this, apologies for all of those who've seen my vicious circles diagrams in the past. The focus on the food system, I'll come back to it in talk 2, I call the cheaper food paradigm, the notion from a political perspective that we should always be producing more food, making it more available and cheaper. That's increasingly driving climate change, the emissions associated with climate change. That's driving down yields. Everybody in the world is panicking because the yields are going down relatively. Therefore, we have to intensify our food system even more, the argument. As yields are going down, we're driving up agricultural expansion. That's leading to biodiversity loss. Yields are going down more. We need to grow more and more and more food through intensification and liberalisation of trade. And of course, the incentives from big agriculture, large-scale food production means that we clear rainforests all the time for that as well. As we drive climate change, we're increasingly saying, oh, we need to store carbon in various forms. That's creating competition for land, that's creating changes in patterns of land use, changing where agriculture is enacted, driving climate change in itself. As we intensify agriculture, we deplete soils. As we deplete soils, yields go down, and we say, oh, we've got to grow more food. As we yields go down, we've seen all that bit. Sorry, I'm losing track here. As we intensify agriculture and agricultural systems, talk 2, we grow more and more and more at greater and greater scale of less and less and less. Wheat, rice, maize, barley, palm, sugar, potatoes, top 8 crops, 75% of the world's food system. And as we grow them at larger scale and monocultural landscapes, greater intensity, that leads to biodiversity loss. As prices come down, it becomes economically rational to waste food. So we waste food, it drives climate change. See where this is going. As we concentrate more and more and more on less and less and less, we have the nutrition transition around the world. People eat more or less the same things, packaged, processed in different ways, but diets that are largely based on calories. As prices of major commodities go down, it becomes economically rational to feed livestock, so we produce more livestock. I saw a tweet this morning. 214 million animals die per minute for the global livestock system. Per minute. That's the demand for food, and of course, mammalian and avian biomass in the world is dominated now by production animals. And both of those contribute to malnutrition. And as we have more livestock, that also drives more climate change, blah, blah, blah. And as climate change happens, it reduces the nutrient content of the food, which contributes to malnutrition in all its forms. So this is the combination of the drivers of the food system in a compact form. But I want to emphasize to this, because I'll come back to this in the later talk, that if you want to deal with something like waste, you either make it a moral argument, which has very little force, or you deal with the fundamentals of why people waste food, which is fundamentally it's price. It's price. You cannot have a government political crusade to reduce waste whilst encouraging it through the food system. So the interconnectedness of the parts, as David was saying in his talk, mean that you have to consider the drivers for changing those parts outside those particular bits, as opposed to within those particular bits. And of course, so the cheaper food paradigm, I think this is actually my second talk. Anyway, it doesn't really matter what all the weekends. The cheaper food paradigm, in terms of governments thinking that the answer is in the market, increasing the availability of food, reducing its prices, creating the market conditions for enabling the market to deliver more and more food at lower and lower prices, has enabled incredible market concentration. And that market concentration, some examples on this slide here, that for the majority of people in the north, especially, and increasingly the south, the production systems, the consumption systems, and everything in between is driven by a relatively small number of very large businesses that have global reach, and various statistics on this slide. Yes, this is my second talk, now I can see. And this drives this concentration, coupled with the cheaper food paradigm notion that governments are enabling the world to be filled with ever more, ever cheaper, ever more processed food because that's convenient, leads to a number of lock-ins. So please forgive me for getting confused. From a system perspective, a lock-in is something, so complex systems, if they are fragile, they fall apart. So if they exist over time, they tend to be self-reinforcing in creating internal stability. And one of the things that David mentioned is that we've got this completely irresilient food system in that food prices are increasingly shocked by events exogenous to the system, climate change impacts or political impacts and so on. Completely irresilient in function, but in structure of the food system, very, very resilient to change. And part of the resilience to change is because of the concentration of large-scale industry and the business models that the politics has allowed. So we've just been doing some work, which is coming up to completion at the moment, thinking about why the food system isn't changing, despite, a bit like the energy system, years and years of climate change, years and years of IPCC reports, years and years of civil society action to say we've got to do something about the energy system, changing very slowly. That's locked in by the internal dynamics of the system. And so when we're talking about lock-ins, we've just finished this piece of work where we've got three major lock-ins that we've articulated. One is effectively the underlying ideology of governments. So that drives the cheaper food paradigm, the notion that we should be producing more and more and more, because there are more people in the world. That itself is a false narrative, because what we should produce depends not just on the number of people in the world, but what they eat, what they're encouraged to eat, what they're incentivized to eat by the food system, not what the food system can produce, and therefore the demand that's created. So the political dynamics are consumption growth drives economic growth. And clearly that's a good thing from a political perspective. Cheaper food is a good thing from both a food security perspective, but primarily from an economic growth perspective. So if you're spending less money on food, you can spend more money on other forms of consumption and drive the economy. Third bit of the government thinking is, well, markets, of course, must drive the solution. So therefore, it's all about enabling the market to create the demand and supply the demand. not whether that demand in itself is good thing from an economic perspective. Further issues is if markets are providing the solution to food security on a global basis, we shouldn't, as a government, bother with social safety nets. What's the point? Because the market will make food cheap enough. So over the last few years, we've seen the withdrawal across many countries of social safety nets and the increasing food poverty and that being taken up by civil society instead. So consequences of this political ideology is that we stimulate the market. We stimulate the market by deregulation, by liberalising, by promoting efficiency through scale, targeting state support in various ways, primarily at those underpinning commodities that allow economic growth and large-scale productivity. That then leads to a food system that is inherently based on ultra-processed foods. The major commodities that can supply starch or oil or sugar, sweetness. Business models are therefore based on the growth of your consumption, global consumption patterns of these ultra-processed foods, like in calories, not nutrition, and you end up with this huge concentration in the major crops. And of course, because the market's deregulated and the drive is on efficiency and reduces prices, you end up with a situation where it externalizes costs left, right, and centre onto health systems, onto environmental systems, and so on. And of course, this leads to the second lock-in of our three, that this key market concentration drives a whole lot of difficulty of change because of incumbency, because of asymmetric power relationships, oligopolies and oligopolies, in the sense that there are a few market buyers for a farmer, so we can squeeze your prices as a farmer, and from the other end, the whole market is dominated by a few companies that can work in kind of near monopoly sort of situations. These features of the globalized market also then lead to path dependencies, many path dependencies. How much has been invested in the infrastructure of the supply chains, in the kit for agriculture, for the inputs for agriculture? How much then are we path dependent, trapped, consumers trapped in the low food price necessity? How much are farmers trapped to make their way to thin margins by doing what the companies that they're selling onto insist on? And of course, these in turn lead to a huge political risk of change. So David's mentioned it. If we're talking about sustainable food production, some food prices are going to go up because sustainable food production is lower yielding than super intensive food production. So how do we politically de-risk that and allow change to be transformative rather than incremental? So, as part of this work, we've identified, from a systemic perspective, 4 broad categories of places where we need to change to enable the business model, particularly of the large businesses, effectively to be turned on its head. At the moment, they are locked in to a model that creates the incentives for them to sell more and more food with health impacts and environmental impacts, and that's where the profit comes from. What we need to do is invert that business model so it becomes profitable for them to sell less food in ways that are environmentally sustainable. How will that arise? 4 families, 4 leverage points, and 14 times. So levers for change, I don't have time because they're starting to scowl at me in terms of the we're taking. But the first leverage point, which no one talks about, is we have to change the structure of the market. We've got to change the way that the political dynamic incentivizes the cheap food culture. We've got to put regulation back in, not deregulate. We've got to put subsidies in the right places. We've got to incentivize food tax. We've got to invest research in the right sorts of ways. And there are many things that you can do in this space, but the first thing is about the structure of the market, and I'll come back to that in my first talk, second talk later on. So leverage point one is we need politicians to see policy development as long with. It will not happen just by saying to market actors, you should reproduce in different ways. It will not happen through a few consumers changing their purchasing habits. The only way that the system will transform is if we change the structure of the market, which requires political change in the political dynamics. Second leverage point is if we change the political dynamics and allow politicians, make it sexy and politically attractive for politicians to invest in getting the market right, to internalise the externalities, we need to build transparency into the marketplace so that investors can drive investments in the right place, consumers can put their market power in the right place, and so on. And that the power of the large businesses is not used to reinforce incumbency. That's going on to a certain extent at the moment. The political change is not going on. There's quite a lot of talk about it in various places. This is going on, but it will not drive the inversion of the business model in the way that we need for systemic transformation. It will be incremental. Third leverage point, to get the regulation of the market and the market in the right place, the market structure right, we need to unlock the political change. We've got to de-risk the politics so that politicians see that it is acceptable to intervene in markets. We've got to disrupt the incumbent ideology. Various ways we can do that: build citizen pressure, vote for politicians that compete on getting the food system right, rather than vote for politicians that open up oil fields in the North Sea or whatever it is. Use multilateral processes. You know, there are ways that you can do it. Create the conditions. If we put in place the safety nets, put back the safety nets from a food insecurity perspective, then rising food prices does not suddenly become scary from a political perspective. Many ways you can do that, but political change won't happen unless civil society, in a sense, licenses it. And I'll come back to that in the next talk. And then the fourth leverage point, which is what David's been doing so well, is to drive planning, strategic thinking around food system transformation. Sandy and I have been doing a lot of work in the last year, working with governments like David, and no single government in the world that we have encountered has got a plan for what a perfect food system or even a good food system would look like. All of the food systems summit dialogues are based on incremental changes moving forward from today, a bit of work on increasing the efficiency of business and scale of production, or a little bit on intervening in nutrition. No one has tackled the inherent trade-offs, although David's dialogues have got to some of those discussions, the inherent trade-offs. Where should we grow things? What should we grow? How do we cope with biodiversity? How do we weight biodiversity and carbon storage against food price? What is the diversity of goods we should grow? Where should we trade from? Rather than just responding always to market forces and allowing the incumbency to drive those things, what should we do? What is the strategic nature? And part of that, as David mentioned, requires us to create the cross-government structures that allow different government departments, different line ministries to coordinate their vision, so we have policy coherence. What you see across every government in the world at the moment is policy incoherence. You have an agricultural policy pointing in one direction, nutrition policies, if they exist, pointing in a completely opposite direction, and trade policies undermining them both. We need to get that policy coherence. So, just conclusions of my second talk. Food system transformation is needed, we all agree on that. Predominant in all of the discourses is that the answer is always going to be in technological innovation. If there's one thing for you to take away from this, that is bollocks. Excuse my European language. It's not. Technological innovation is more likely to drive the system in a negative direction than a positive direction, because it will reinforce the Jones paradox, it will reinforce the consolidation of big businesses, it will reinforce the ultra-processed food kind of hegemony, and so on. What we really need is, in a sense, the politicization of these issues to unlock the political dynamic, to change the rules of the game, to invent new business models, to drive agribusiness to invest in producing different sorts of foods that are nutritious and sustainable. And that requires structural market change, and I'll come back to that in my other talk. Final point is no lever, and we've listed in the report we're writing, we've listed 140 odd levers. No lever is too small to pull, but ultimately those levers have to work their way through the system to create pressure on these 3 or 4 leverage points to really affect change. If those levers work independently, we'll end up with incrementalism as opposed to systemic transformation. Thank you. Sorry about getting my thoughts wrong.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
So next up we have Sarah Furuges. Yes, okay, good. So what we'll do is have Sarah's talk and then go into a break. And then afterwards we have, because Tim's already given his second talk, we have James Wang joining us online, and then
have HDMI.
and then we can maybe come back to him.
But I'm not-
Questions about,
Oh, this-
Well, I'll do my best.
okay.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But I'm gonna have to meet you too.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. Is that okay?
All right then, so yes. So you ready to go?
Yes.
Great, okay. So this is Sarah, who's a senior mediator and program manager at Meridian Institute, where she's deputy director of the Just Rural Transition Sector Program.
Thank you.
Sarah, over to you.
Thanks so much. And what a tough act to follow, but I'm gonna have to, look at my notes, and no competition. So thank you so much, first of all, for the opportunity to be among this very distinguished panel of speakers. I'm really, really honored to be here. I'm not going to introduce myself, you already did that. But today I really want to talk to you about the importance of including farmers and other food producers in efforts to transform food systems. I think we all know we need to transform food systems. You make a very strong point for it. But really, what I'm here to talk about is the importance of intentionally designing and planning and managing transition processes in a way that are procedurally just and that deliver better outcomes for farmers, for food producers, for consumers also, as well as climate and nature. And I think for the longest time, we've talked about these issues and food systems from, the lens of what are the climate impacts, what are the kind of negative impacts on nature, but often we've excluded people at the heart of food systems, i.e. food producers and farmers, from the discussion, from the dialogue. So we want to change that. If you go to next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm talking about this from that lens today. And food production is a crucial source of livelihood for many people around the world. By some estimates, there are, around 500 million people in the global south who rely on agriculture and food production for their livelihoods. And by extension, there are 2 billion people who are, relying on this as a source of livelihoods. But these livelihoods are increasingly precarious. You have to go back more. No, just slide 2, please.
Oh, sorry.
Perfect. Yes, very simple. But their livelihoods are increasingly precarious. 94% of agricultural workers are actually in informal work. Their work is characterized by low pay, very little job security, no social protection, and many struggle to feed their families and meet their nutritional needs, which I find very strange. People who are producing our food are actually food insecure. And then obviously we know about the environmental impacts. Agriculture is the biggest driver of biodiversity loss. 70% of freshwater withdrawal globally is for agriculture. But obviously, in a vicious cycle, as we are plowing our planet and, mitigating greenhouse gas emissions, at the same time, we are creating impacts to which food systems are highly vulnerable. And, farmers are on the front lines of climate impacts. They're already, seeing the negative impacts, be it, changing waterfall patterns, floods, pests, diseases, and they're really having to kind of deal with these issues with often very, very little support. And at the same time, hunger and malnutrition are on the rise. So again, kind of a strong case that we need to change the system. Next slide, please. Thank you. But, we need to do that. And this is something we've heard loud and clear from farmers and food producers, that we need to do this with the farmers, not for the farmers. And I think that distinction is really important and something that we haven't really paid enough attention to. As I said, they're already on the front line of climate impact. Often they are innovating in ways to be able to adapt to the shifting climate. But they need more support. They need, the right incentives. They need technical and financial support. They need to be able to work very closely with academia. And this is one thing I want to come back to, talking about the role that science plays and how we need to bridge that gap between science and practice of farming on the ground. And advancing this really is the premise and the vision of the Just Rural Transition Initiative. And, what we're hearing is farmers are ready to be engaged, ready to, come to the table and to offer their solutions. Next slide, please. So JRT was launched at the UN Climate Action Summit back in September of 2019. So very young initiative. And its aim was to convene a growing global community of practice around the evidence, the perspectives, and the approaches that can help advance a just rural transition. Our community includes members of academia, farmers organizations, other grassroots civil society organizations, governments, businesses. So really the kind of premise is that we need to recognize that we need to bring, the different stakeholders together. As David said, really having everyone at the table, meaningfully involved in these dialogues. And really have a platform for, multi-stakeholder collaboration and a knowledge network to exchange these different types of knowledge. Again, something I think that is often not recognized is, we tend to refer to science and knowledge as what is being produced within academic spaces, whereas in a lot of cases, there's knowledge that is held by, farmers, by indigenous people that is not necessarily recognized as, an equally credible source of knowledge. So we want to change that. And really the kind of coming back to those kind of systemic levers of change that Tim mentioned, where we focus mostly is on policy action and investment partnerships. On policy action, a big area of focus for us has been to advocate that governments repurpose the public support that they provide to food and agriculture. Annually, upward of 800 billion is being provided by governments to the food and agriculture sector. Some of it through subsidies, but other support measures. And in a lot of cases, these support measures actually undermine our climate and nature-related goals. They don't incentivize the right agricultural practices that we need to shift to sustainable agriculture. So think about, input subsidies that actually might incentivize over-application of fertilizers or other inputs, or, water and energy subsidies that might incentivize overuse of these resources. So what we've been doing over the last 3 years with our community is to advocate that this support is redirected towards, providing incentives and rewarding farmers to act as environmental stewards, among other measures. Really thinking about, measures like payment for ecosystem services. How can we reward farmers to change for changing their behavior? And what is interesting is, when we started talking about this 3 years ago, a lot of people thought that there would be backlash within farming community. And I don't want to basically say that there is no objections, but what we found also through dialogue with a lot of farmers organizations around the world is that they're supportive of, repurposing subsidies and, public support. In a lot of countries around the world, this is not working for them either. They talk about how they might receive input subsidies after growing season, how, extension services are not working for them. So they are asking for this change. But what they're asking also is to be at the table when this change happens. They're saying, don't make the policy for us and inform us after. We need to be, at the table in the kitchen, basically designing those policies with you. And that basically means essentially designing policies in a way that is aligned with the pathways of a just transition. We were just going to get to this slide, but we're already here, and I can see some of you are already looking at it. And sorry, I know it's a bit small, but this is a new report we've published. I encourage all of you to read that. But before I start telling you about these 10 principles, let me ask how many of you do research on, sustainable agriculture or food systems transitions? Okay, not that many. Interesting. I guess others are interested in that kind of research. But I want to know how many of you, talk to farmers and farmers organizations in thinking about designing those research. Oh, fantastic. So I don't need to really talk about this. You all know about this. But just to say, this concept of a just transition emerged in the labor movement as it relates especially to energy transitions, talking about, the burden of transition shouldn't really fall on the workers, specifically again within the context of coal miners. But increasingly in recent years, it's being used as it relates to food system transitions. And what we found was, often it's either superficially understood or used to advocate for a specific vision of change. And we thought it could be a useful contribution to this space to think about, okay, what, can we come up with a set of guiding principles and a framework as a way to jumpstart discussion and build some consensus around what a just transition in food systems look like. And, it's originally was being used to refer to, again, kind of things about jobs and livelihoods. But we think when you apply it to food systems, it has a broader meaning, really. And it's really about, this holistic approach to change and broader consideration of social justice aspects of change and structural changes in societies and economies. So a lot of kind of the systemic change that Tim was talking about, I think, as we think about kind of moving forward on some of those changes, a framework like this and the principles could be, provide some guidance and inspiration as to how to process and manage that process of change. The way we develop this, also, I want to talk about that a little bit. So we've worked with a consultant called Aaron Attridge, who came from, Just Transition Initiative at the World Bank and had been working on these issues for a long time. He looked at the literature that had referred to just transition within food systems. He did a lot of interviews with, our community members. We did a survey. We convened a couple of community dialogues, what we call, these big meetings with everyone who's part of our community, and tested some of these ideas. So it's been an iterative process. We don't think this is the final version. We think we need to continue doing dialogues, especially at grassroots level, and refine these as we go along. But as I said, again, this is really a kind of a starting point on kind of trying to build some consensus around what a just transition in food systems could look like. The 10 principles are divided into 3 categories. The first category, which includes the first 2 principles, is really about the direction and pace of movement. It's about, okay, what does a just food system look like, that future? And, you know, there's a set of criteria under that we've defined on this side, if you want to have a look. But really, the first thing is, you know, food systems are there to meet the nutritional needs of people. So that's first and foremost. You know, as we said, we have a food system that is feeding people, but is failing to meet their nutritional needs. So, as I said, malnutrition is on the rise, both obesity, but also hunger and undernourishment. So this is about a future for food systems that actually delivers sufficient nutritious food for people around the world, but also does that in a way that within the planetary boundaries. That's the kind of second really important criteria. And also it respects the rights of people and welfare of animals. It enhances climate resilience. So there's a whole, you know, different set of criteria that food system of future needs to meet. And then principle 2 is really about, you know, the pace of change, recognizing the urgency that we need to make this change happen. And that's important in thinking through, you know, for a company or for governments, as they're thinking about milestones and targets, as they're thinking about transitioning, you know, are they ambitious enough? Are they, you know, are those milestones within the timelines that we need to actually be able to achieve this vision? So it's really about kind of emphasizing we need change and we need the change to happen fast. The second category is about a socially inclusive process of change. So it includes principles 3 to 9, really. So it's all about aspects of, you know, that all the different aspects of that process, and ensuring that process is planned and managed in a way that is socially inclusive. So asking really who is missing, who is not at the table, and designing processes in a way that enables everyone to participate meaningfully, but really kind of paying attention to, you know, not bringing in all the dominant voices to the table again. So we're not just talking about union leaders or, you know, farmer leaders or businesses, and influential groups. We are talking about everybody. So small scale farmers, their organizations, informal workers, indigenous people. So those who have often been marginalized from these discussions, it's really important that we are very intentional about bringing them to the table. But it's not just about, you know, tokenism and giving them a seat. Like, how do we need to design the process in a way that they feel empowered to come forward and really present their positions and advocate for themselves? So just being intentional about that. Then it's also about supporting farmers in making the change happen. What is it that they need? They really shouldn't be the ones bearing the costs of this transition, be it financial support, technical support. That support needs to be part of transition planning and management. Again, there are, you know, several different principles there relating to this process of change that I invite all of you to read, hopefully in the reports. That is going to be bigger font. And then the last principle is about using the transition as an opportunity to address some of the root causes of social and economic inequality, food insecurity, and injustice. Tim talked about, you know, power asymmetries in global value chains. That is really important. Oftentimes, you know, procurement practices used by large corporations who, you know, have consolidated big parts of the market and control the markets are, you know, undermining farmers' ability to earn a fair pay for their produce, for their work, for their labor. And it means, you know, it is contributing to those precarious livelihoods. So this kind of moment of transition planning is really an opportunity to address some of these, you know, deep roots of inequality and injustice. The second thing is thinking about, insecure access to land and lack of ownership, which is a common problem both in the global South and the global North. Increasingly in the US, Black and Indigenous people, farmers are struggling to access land. And actually the trends are going in the opposite direction, very worryingly. So, and around the world, nearly 1 billion people feel that they have insecure land rights, and they are vulnerable to eviction. So that's around 20% of adults in the world, which is, again, very worrying. And land rights often, consist of different layers and different rights, and, both customary and those recognized by the law. And sometimes these things can create conflict, contestation, conflict between different groups, violence sometimes. So really thinking about how we can use this moment to address some of these issues. On the other hand, we know when, we have clear legal forest rights, when, rights are protected by the governments, often we see better results in terms of reducing deforestation, reducing emissions. So this is a win-win, right? Securing land rights delivers on, our ecological goals, but also is a way to reduce conflict and, improve livelihood. So again, thinking about what are some of these underlying causes of inequality and injustice in our food systems, how can we use this moment of transition planning to address those? And again, being really intentional about who is at the table so that we are not unintentionally making these worse, Oh, okay. I'm actually, that's, yeah. I'm almost there. So I want to kind of again recognize these are just principles, right? They're intended as a tool, really to start conversation at different levels, both globally, nationally, also locally on some of these issues, and provide, some consensus around what it is that we're all working towards and how can we go about doing it. But obviously these are very, very, very complicated problems. And I don't want to, sound naive and simplistic in saying this is enough. This is not enough. This is really a way for us to bring everybody together, recognize all types of knowledge, and really think together about what that future looks like and how we can achieve it. I'm going to stop there. Can we play the video? I have a video, but I understand if you can't play it. I know technology can be a bit complicated at these times. Yeah, right. I can move from here. Thank you so much, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. No pressure, dear.
Oh, no.
Sorry.
We have our coffee break, maybe, and then.
Yeah, I can question, right?
Yeah, so we have a quick coffee break now, and then we'll do. Thanks for joining.
Well, it's there. And it has subtitles, so you can just play it in the background. Thank you, sorry.
No, it's okay.
Such a good.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's
Oh, now it's more.
oh, well,
It's not small.
maybe I'll
Maybe you didn't pour enough.
okay.
It's mixed. Some more.
Yes, please. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
We're sending. But then what are we gonna do about this artificial meat and milk?
Yes, absolutely. That's how much. Yeah.
Yeah, she's good.
Sorry. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. Do that. Then you could, yeah, do you want? That, thank you. Like boarding. Yeah, that's something that makes it like a message. I don't know, sometimes when they come in, I think.
Cheers.
Yeah, but what do we do if it's some like, what wants to be safe? Sorry. Question. Our question.
All right.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, if you share again.
Yeah.
That, I'm not sure. If you Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead, please. So I'm gonna grab this.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
J'ai perdu ton email là. Dans les bureaux. On va parler comme de la email là.
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Yeah. It's like, yeah.
Well, I.
Yeah, this is, I think we just think better for the people. Yeah, this one looks a lot better. I know. I think so. I think it's easier because people can't really see it. And it's also easier on just getting back. I think means if they do have supplies. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, I really regret that happening. Yeah. Come on. Yeah, I need to text James. Sorry.
Start now? On your second slide.
Yeah, they're called features.
Yeah.
Let's get it right the right way.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realise you just.
Yeah.
Well, it's because it's maybe it's,
Just get the mic here.
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
Just to make sure.
Okay, perfect. Right, so James is aware. So if we can start doing this slides and start.
Yeah.
Sometimes be some magic.
Yeah.
Nice, James.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
James, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we've got a little issue. Tim has to leave. And so we're trying to get him in ahead of you. He has to leave at 12:15 and we're running.
Oh, okay.
So I
Yeah.
hope it's okay. We're just gonna put him on and then you're gonna come on. We're really interested and we can't wait to hear what you have to
No,
say.
no problem. I'll stop sharing my screen then.
Brilliant. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
I'll leave it on that screen.
Oh, yes.
We're getting there, we're getting there.
Okay, thanks, Dylan.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, everybody, I just got an unbelievable appointment with the BBC. Right, so this is my first talk. Hello, everybody. I think we'll skip over the kind of initial bits around the digital transformation. I just want to show this figure. It kind of comes in useful later on. On the left-hand side, we have a Harvard dietary plate, so probably what people should eat. On the right-hand side, we have what the global food system produces at the moment. So the key thing is that we underproduce fruit and vegetables on a global basis by about 2/3. We overproduce 41 versus 26 grains by about 50%. We overproduce oils and fats by at least 3 times from a nutritional perspective. We produce 16 times too much sugar. And from the protein, meat and alternatives, so that includes legumes and beans and so on, we produce probably the right amount from a global perspective. The issue is, of course, that this is a global food system driven by the concentration on grains and commodity crops, as I was talking about earlier. But if everybody wanted to eat 5 a day fruit and vegetables, the world doesn't produce enough to be able to do it. So if we are going to move towards a sustainable food system, it's not about the sustainable intensification of the crops we currently grow. It has to be about changing what we grow as much or more than just driving up productivity. Now, I'll try and be brief because we're so far behind time. When we talk about, so Sandy and I were at COP27 and working on COP28. When we talk with countries about what a sustainable food system is, most countries articulate the sustainable food system as one that's based on high-level intensive production and increasing productivity. When you talk to civil society, there's often much more of actually it's about sustainable production, organic, agroecology, etc., etc. And these lead to effectively 2 contested visions for what a sustainable production system looks like. One, which is putting a fence around nature, sustainable intensification, protecting a bit of land, but using the land that you're using for agriculture to drive up productivity, because demand's going to go up. The other is to say, actually, agroecological in the broad sense, regenerative, organic, whatever terms you want to use. Farming practices are much better for biodiversity, they're much better for pollution, they're much better for nutrient cycling, much better for carbon storage in the ground, etc., etc. But they come with the challenge that yields are typically lower on a like-for-like comparison. So agroecology, if we're going to adopt it on a global basis, requires, in a sense, a dietary change component. And if we're moving towards healthy diets, that requires the dietary composition component as well. So one vision is we carry on diets as we are and we just drive up productivity, put a fence around nature and intensify the hell out of land. And the other is a more systemic change to the food system as a whole. And we did a paper a year or so ago looking at what are the assumptions made in the narrative discourse around whether or not we'll achieve the vision or how we achieve the vision. And I'll focus on these two slides. The first one, the sustainable agriculture, sustainable intensification vision, rests on a set of key assumptions. The first is that demand will increase because we're going to have to feed a growing population. Okay. Now, you can immediately see that if we're going to change our relationship with food, change our diets, change our patterns of waste, then that's already quite a strong assumption. And that's effectively an assumption that the nutrition transition adopting westernized ultra-processed diets is going to continue apace at a global level. So already you can see that there is a kind of question mark about that is a critiquable assumption. Second one goes back to my first talk, second talk, whichever one it was, that if there is demand from the market, it's the job of markets to provide it. Third one is dietary change is difficult, and then politicians don't like getting in the way, so you end up with supply side assumptions about change. Fourth one is technology is going to save the world, and we can, if we want to, we can grow 20 tonnes per hectare of wheat instead of 10 tonnes per hectare of wheat. And the last one is the sustainability assumption that if we intensify on the land we use, we'll be able to save land for nature, and therefore we can stop deforestation, etc., etc. Now, of course, all of these are critiquable. We know diets can change rapidly. We know the global health crisis is meaning that we're having to start preventative health care. Are we going to be in a situation where in the future we can change the demand side? Who knows? The license for governments to intervene in markets is when there's market failure, and arguably market failure is being exhibited by the food system in terms of the amount of externalization costs on human systems and on environmental systems. Dietary change is possible. There are many ways that you can shape diets, food environments, and a range of other things by changing the structure of the market. And in the IPCC Special Report on Climate Change and Land, table 5.6, it's engraved on my heart, we list 24 families of policy interventions that could be used to drive dietary change, whether it is what we invest in from an agricultural perspective, taxes, subsidies, agricultural subsidies, food environment reshaping, planning law, should you put a fast food outlet at the entrance to a school, lots of marketing, public procurement, lots of ways that you can actually intervene in markets and make them work better. So we can change diets if we wanted to. First talk. Potential technologically led sustainable intensification is large. Yes, that might be true. We theoretically can grow over 20 tonnes of wheat per hectare. But if we're growing more wheat per hectare, all things being equal, we'll need more nitrogen fertilizer. That will create more runoff unless we also engineer resource use efficiency, route architecture or whatever. But just because we can grow 20 tons per hectare, and that can go into an industrialized ultra-processed food system, doesn't necessarily mean that that's a good thing in the round from a holistic perspective. Just like we can intervene in methane from ruminant livestock by putting in a methane inhibitor. Does that reduce or eliminate the problem of such an excessive global livestock herd welfare problems and intensification, nutrient pollution, etc.? No, it's a sticking plaster solution for a systemic problem that makes one of the symptoms go away, but not all of them. And the last one, of course, the evidence is contrary. The more we intensify, the more spillover effects lead to the incentivization of chopping down rainforest rather than preserving rainforests. Because of what I said in the first talk, the more we innovate, the more we drive up the supply of food, the cheaper it becomes and the more demand grows. And so the more the economic incentives are to spread agricultural land. So without very strong governance, sustainable intensification leads to more land clearance rather than allowing the fence to go around nature. The other issue is, the other vision is the agroecological plus dietary change. And again, key assumptions are there. Demand can be changed and should be changed from a public goods perspective. Unsustainability of farming is a form of market failure that can be corrected. Healthy diet is a more sustainable one. Agroecological approaches can supply sufficient nutrients to feed the world if consumption patterns change, and agroecological approaches are more sustainable. And again, all of those are critiquable in some way, shape, or form. And as per my first talk, to get to the stage where we can reshape the markets requires quite a lot of political manoeuvring and changing the politics of the conversation. And just to exemplify these two visions with a point of view of an example of livestock, there's a big social debate, particularly in the global north, around the role of ruminant livestock in sustainability. The sustainable intensification version, the rhetoric of the argument goes, the answer is to grow more, but grow it more efficiently. So if you are going to change your diet in a more sustainable way, you should eat a lower footprint diet. And that says, go out of beef and eat chicken, go out of chicken, eat fish, go out of fish, eat beans. That's the hierarchy. Jevons paradox and all of that aside from the first talk. Version 2, the agroecology, is much more that if we reduce meat consumption enough, there becomes a tipping point where actually ruminant livestock becomes a much better thing for the sustainability of the system as a whole. So to reduce meat enough that you're not growing grain and feeding it to animals, but incorporating ruminants back into mixed farming systems for the nutrient cycling. So if we are going to transition, that one says agroecology plus a bit of extensively grown beef is a good thing. This says agroecology is a bad thing, intensification is a good thing, and if you're going to eat meat, eat chicken. So those are the two kind of polar views of this. So key things. Those visions are not about science. They're not about evidence. They are about the role of market. They are about ideology. They're based on ideology. And I get pissed off, I get very fed up going into political meetings where the politicians or the civil servants say, we don't want any arguments about ideology, you know, that greeny nonsense organic stuff. Leave your ideology at the door without recognizing that being market first, liberal, neoliberal, laissez-faire type people, they are as exactly ideological as the other side of the debate. But their ideology is right and other people's ideology is wrong. And it's absolutely not, it's not science-based, and the answer is not about leaving the power to consumers to change the market. It's about changing the structure of the market, as I said earlier. So, with apologies to James, this is a figure from a WIRI report that says, if you look ahead, I mean, you can't read it, and I can't read it. If you look ahead, we need 56% more food, and the way to get that amount of food is to intensify. That's the dominant political rhetoric, but that argument itself is driven by a set of assumptions which are not evidence-based. They might be pragmatic, but they're not evidence-based. They're not necessarily so. So, final bit, just very quickly. What shapes the future? These are all different visions of the future. Some robotics. The middle one is the world's largest livestock farm. That's a 50-story or 40-story pig farm. Largest vertical farm in the world. Agroecology, robotics, self-driving tractors, etc., etc. All of these visions of the future could come to pass. But if you think about the food system, there are three major constituencies of actors within the food systems that are all interrelated. And as I was saying about in the first talk / second talk, it's not about markets changing, because they won't change. It's not about citizens and consumers changing, because even if they do change a little bit, they won't drive market change. It's not about politicians changing, because they won't change unless the citizens and consumers change who they vote for. All of these three things have to work simultaneously. And of course, there are other sub-constituencies that matter in this, but basically, as a system, those things have to come into alignment. And then you have things outside the system, exogenous to the system. Hazards, geopolitics, technology conflicts, all sorts of things like that, that can shock the system and change the inherent dynamics of the political, consumer, citizen, market dynamics inside. And if you're looking ahead, the externalities in the food system are so great, they are changing the distributions of the events that are shocking the system, as David said right at the start. As time moves on, the severity and the intensity and the frequency of external events that will shock the system are going to grow. So it's almost inevitable that the dynamics of the food system are going to change over time in ways that make the consumers, politicians, citizen-politician dynamic much more sensitive to change, much more available to change, and unlocking some of the politics. And if you just think about the sorts of events that have happened over the last 20 years or so, this is a slide I keep on updating, whether it is changes in attitude, Brexit, Trump, 9/11, the global economic crisis, COVID, Ebola, Spodoptera, armyworms, migrant flows, etc., etc. Events are happening all the time, and they are getting bigger. And then just finishing off, a few years ago, we did scenarios exercise with the World Economic Forum. This was pre-Trump, pre-Brexit. We did this in 2016. We looked ahead and said, what are the two big things that we're uncertain about with the food system? One of them was the degree of globalization, the vertical axis, and the other one was whether or not people are going to be willing to change diets. In 2016, we listed some of the characteristics that will drive the system towards a deglobalization. Protectionism, nationalism, breakups of rules-based international cooperation, war, terrorism, climate migrants, lack of resilience in trade, blah, blah, blah. What's happened in the intervening years? All of that is driving a push towards local or regional markets rather than global markets. And then if you just think about the characteristics of the food system under those two different extremes. If we're in a globalized system, it predisposes for big market dominance, as per my first talk, multinationals holding the power. Long supply chains, production over there, eaten over there, etc., etc. If you're in a more regionalized system, you have to be more diverse in your production base. You have to design agricultural policy from a view of protecting citizens from security and health perspective. You have to think about eating different things in different ways. So the future is not just about the political rhetoric that I was talking about earlier, but it's also about how events will conspire to drive the change in the political environment. So it might sound a bit bleak, my first talk saying, well, the answer is we've got to change politicians' minds and ideology. But it might be over the next 10 years or so, events will help us get there by making food security much more of a national security issue, putting food security higher up the agenda, recognizing the trade-offs between food and health security and all the other issues and economic growth, and putting economic growth in its right place, which is underpinning societal well-being rather than defining societal well-being, which is the predominant rhetoric. So, I think I've said all this. Yeah, I've said all that. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim. We'll let you dash off now.
I'm sorry, I have to go, everybody. You can find my email if anybody wants to.
Great. So next we have James Wangu joining us online. James, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you for your flexibility for the schedule.
No
So
problem.
James is a food system transformation associate in Africa and World Resource Institute. And he's going to present on sustainable systems and food security, protecting land and climate. So over to you, James. And I will give you a 2-minute warning for the end of your time slot.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
What about the slides? Can you see them?
Yes, we can see the slides.
Cool. Yeah, so thanks a lot. Thanks for having me. My name is James Wangu. As I was introduced, I work with the World Resources Institute. I'm based in Nairobi as a food systems transformation associate. I'll be speaking about sustainable food systems or other sustainable systems for food security, focusing on protecting land and climate. My presentation, I want to deliver 3 key things. One of them being, of course, the background, which was essentially about issues and challenges. And the second element that I want to talk about is give a bit of a localized experience on these particular issues and conclude by speaking about the way forward in the context of the work that WI is doing, particularly in Kenya. So this is a bit of an overlap from the previous presenter, but I want to reiterate that there is a strong connection between food, land, and climate. In fact, we like to say food, land, and water at WRI. There's a consensus that current food systems are unsustainable in the context of degradation of natural ecosystems, biodiversity loss, and of course greenhouse gases emissions. If perhaps for those that are aware within global issues regarding food production, food systems, is that for instance in Kenya just this year, or at least leading to the last few months, there's been a major drought, which started, I think that was in June, July last year. And there was a lot of loss of livestock, even wildlife. And so this is connected to obviously to the sustainable practices, which of course, primarily because of the nature of how we utilize our land and the global systems that go beyond farming, of course, but it's really important to see the connection. And I'll come back to this with more clear examples of these linkages. The second element which has been spoken about is the amount of food loss and waste that we experience. If you've been working on the food systems, you realize that, especially in the global south, this is an area that has not been given due attention. Of course, that the discussions and sort of interventions are coming up, but it's still very it's not pretty much linked properly with the discussion and debates around food systems. So essentially the linkage here is that if we lose food, we're losing land and water resources that that was used to produce this food. And in most contexts, especially in urban contexts, at the retail level, you realize that much of the food that goes to waste end up in the landfills, contributing to greenhouse gases emission. Now, I want to bring you close to the community. In this particular picture on the far left, you see this man who is on a motorbike carrying charcoal. This is a common sight that you see in Kenya, especially in most struggling or communities that are struggling with food security and livelihood. This second image shows land that is extremely degraded. These are pictures, these are not, at least the picture in the middle is not a picture from the internet. I took it myself. This is a community in Balingo, where this kind of state of land are very, 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 they're sort of widespread within the landscape. Now, I want to highlight the relationship. Food, or rather food security, or a need to achieve food security and improve or rather meet people's livelihood, whether it's school fees, healthcare, becomes a driver for people to do charcoal burning. And the reason is that if people don't have alternative to meet their food needs and their livelihood, and the land is not productive, they start cutting down the trees to burn charcoal to meet their livelihood. And because of exposing the ground, that is the landscape, and of course getting rid of trees that own the soil, especially in certain landscape where, like this is in Kerio Valley, where there's sort of, it's a hilly environment, such that if the land is cleared, there's a lot of flooding that comes down, sweeping the topsoil. And of course, the implication is that the land become even more unproductive. The picture on the far right is a flooding situation. We've seen quite a number of landslides in the country in the past. And the most recent one, at least, rather, it wasn't in Kenya, but I like to highlight it because the implication was quite severe. This was in Congo. It happened 2 weeks ago, where over 400 people died from landslide. And of course, this is again linked to, or rather, it's a consequences of degradation. And so I would urge the need to look beyond not just food systems, but also social system and people who are being an important of thinking about land, nature as highly interlinked. Food loss and waste. The link I already mentioned that if we're losing food in Kenya, we speak of at least, and these are estimates, and I'll come back to when I talk about the way forward, I'll speak about some of the things that we're doing. So I wanted to highlight that these are estimates. These are not accurate figures, but they come close to reality. So all other research shows that we lose up to 30% of cereals and grain and fruits and vegetables. This is actually not just in Kenya, but in most places, it's up to 50% losses. As I mentioned, there is little that's been done in the past. Of course, positive news is that there is, or rather, this work is taking place. This is where I want to put, or rather, this is the third element of my presentation, and I don't know how to phrase it, whether to speak of it as what everyone should be doing, but I'd like to also emphasize that this is what we're doing. It's interesting to see the previous presentation, which was contrasting the sort of conventional agricultural practices with the more sustainable or other more nature positive agroecology and whatnot. But what I like to emphasize here is that to sort of remedy part of the problems that have affecting our food systems is that we need to transition to farming practices that are positive, or rather that improve ecosystem function and contribute positively to climate. There's been a lot of discussions around agroecology, regenerative agriculture. What I like to emphasize here is that it's really not about these terminologies and sort of what the scientific definition is, and sort of that the fact that someone is pushing agroecology is against the conventional agriculture. It's more like looking for the best solutions for the problem that we have. And if it's agroecology, maybe it's not all agroecological practices are sort of relevant in certain contexts. So, and of course, the reason I say minimizing use of external input is that this is a gradual process, in the sense that we cannot just phase out use of external input, but it would be imperative to at least work towards minimizing and eventually stop use or relying on external input. And I think, especially when it comes to external input, one of the most critical issues is that they are extremely expensive. Smallholder farmers or low-income populations often don't break even when it comes to, especially producing highly intensive or rather production that require high intensive use of these inputs. And part of the reason is, of course, the scale of production. That's why large scale farmers can easily enjoy the economies of scale. But when it comes to smallholder farmers, for instance, in Kenya, the average land size is below a hectare. That obviously become quite a challenge, that you're spending maybe half of sort of more than your profit goes into paying these inputs. There was a mention, and this is very critical, of diversity of crop, food crop. This is both beneficial for the soils, but also for the nutritional aspect. There is a lot of emphasis on food security and less focus on the nutritional element, which has to be addressed at the production level as well. Our current systems are more and more shifting towards monocropping, which has obviously a wide range of implication in terms of nutrition, but also in terms of biodiversity and agroecology. Thinking of bees, for instance. Now, I'd also like to talk about work that's being done towards restoring of degraded forests and land. This is such an important work, and it's been one of the highlights in the modern discussion around climate. But there is a question on what sort of restoration practices are being promoted. Is it plantation forest, which if you're familiar with Wangari Maathai, she refers to them as dead forests because they don't enhance biodiversity, they don't contribute to natural ecosystems. And obviously, when it comes to food security, if you move away from, if you have diverse forests and perhaps focusing more on for instance, fruit trees, you'll be enhancing food and even nutrition security. The restoration angle also has to pay strong attention to improving soil health and hydrological function, preserving water tables or catchment area. There's a lot of work going on there. And that's a plus, but at the same time, there's a lot of water catchment that are degraded that need to be restored. And if it's not done in a proper way, if it's not done in a way that the kind of trees that are being planted are positively impacting hydrological function of the landscape or of the soil, that would have implication that are negative for long-term performance of that particular ecological system. The food loss and waste, I like to say that WRI use an approach called Measure Target Act. And this is really realization that, for instance, you cannot manage what has not been measured, or rather you manage what you've measured. And so far we've realized in the global south, at least in sub-Saharan Africa, there's simply no data to identify critical points of losses and clear sort of grounded evidence on the underlying causes and drivers of food loss and waste. And so even before you start developing intervention, you need to have a solid grasp or an understanding of why is the food being lost, why it's being lost. And so the Target Measure Act, I'm certain that some of us in the room are familiar with it. It's sort of give a sort of holistic way to tackle food loss and waste by working with different stakeholders. When we speak of target is, for instance, if you have a company that's working on, or rather that's involved in the food value chain, that they would make a target, or rather they would set a target to reduce a certain proportion. More like you speak of in this SDG 12.3, which says that we want to have the food loss and waste by 2030. And the act is rather deployment of resources, whether it's technical support, whether it's financial resources to match the sort of the demand for solutions. It's really it's an evolving work, and I think more and more institutions are working on it on different capacity, but it's work that needs, because essentially if you address food loss and waste, a third of cereals and grain, 50% of fruits and vegetables, you prevent expansion of farmland into natural, rather natural forest or land that is really not supposed to be utilized in that manner. This is my last slide. I like to say that we work at an or rather we take an integrated approach, and we work at the landscape level. As I mentioned initially, our approach is to look at things from food, from land and water. That's basically what I mean by integrated approach. And climate change or climate is a cross-cutting element. So food, in terms of the way we produce food, the way we sort of process and move food around value chain, and of course, if there is in certain instances that where food need to be discarded, you stop thinking of just throwing it away, but looking for circular ways of tackling it. And in terms of the land, when it's about sort of degrading land, look for the best alternative, or rather the best approaches to restore land with water in mind. I think these two go hand in hand, and of course climate. The other element that I like to highlight or speak of is the fact that within a landscape, there are different agroecological zones. And so not all areas requires or should adopt similar farming practices or restorative practices. So it's important to map different ecological zones, agroecological zones to inform the best options for particular locality. Sorry?
Your 2 more minutes.
Yes, thank you. So there is also the element of economic benefit. Part of the reason, of course, that that there's not been a lot of progress in terms of agriculture benefiting communities, that they're not equitably benefiting, and they're not also generating enough revenue. And so it's important that, and I think this is an issue that has been spoken about, trying to build sustainable and economically thriving food systems. So that's, and of course, sustainability, which is touching upon the element of land, food, land, and water. In some, we have 3 levels of intervention at WRI. First is generating evidence, or rather using data to inform, and of course, provide input for solutions. The second element is on policy and building capacity of stakeholders. And the last element is convening stakeholder to act. And this is why the end, or the aim is to bring together technical support and financial resources to address different issues. I'll stop there, and thanks a lot for your audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, James. And that concludes our first session of the day. So we will be back in 1 hour, which is at 1:40 p.m. And then we'll be continuing the second session. We'll see you then.
Hello, 1, 2 testing. Hello, testing. I just wanted to see if my slides are working. One, two, testing. Great. Hi, colleagues. Just wanted to check if we're running late for those that are at the venue.
Hi, Edward, can you hear us?
Hello?
Okay, great. Yeah, I think we're a few minutes behind schedule. We're just waiting for clearing the others to come back to line.
Okay. So maybe another 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, you want to try to get your screen or?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't share my screen because there was good now. I can share my screen now, so that's good.
No, then he can start because we have.
Yeah.
So.
That's true, yeah.
Can you see my screen now?
Really, too many people online right now anyways, so. Oh, they can do anyway.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
You guys just tell me when we're ready to roll.
Yeah, good. Bob?
Hi, you're back. So you're be on your way back. Let's worry about it, slightly late.
Yeah. Good. We'll just start because otherwise we'll break our lines. Yeah.
I mean, she hasn't said yet, but I told. I'll pick up a little. Yeah, we need the.
Oh, yeah, we need to. Well.
Do you have the vote?
Yeah, second place, yeah,
You have a good version, so I don't have that.
yeah. You need to. You need to click into this change behavior as well. Yeah, sure. It's very reasonable.
Is that the short version? Thank you. I know we're waiting for the other panelists. I think they are one a bit late. But we need to start because Edward is ready for us. So I will introduce Dr. Edward Mabaya from Cornell University. He's a scholar and a development practitioner with more than 2 decades of experience working on development, agribusiness, value chains, and food security issues with a regional focus on sub-Saharan Africa. He is a research professor in the Department of Global Development at Cornell University, where he's teaching research and outreach work focuses on economic development in Africa. Dr. Mabaya's applied research work is anchored around food marketing and distribution, enabling environments for agribusinesses, seed systems, digital agriculture, and the role of efficient agriculture markets in markets. Over to you, Edward.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good day, colleagues, wherever you're joining in from. I wish I could have been there in London. I'm tuning in from Washington, DC, where I'm attending another workshop. But I'm quite excited to be part of this important conversation that's taking place, and thanks for the organizers for inviting me. I'm going to be sharing a quick presentation on the mega trends that are affecting food systems in Africa. So before I get into the mega trends, let me just start with a quick overview. This work that I'm sharing with you is part of a report that we prepared for the African Agricultural Status Report that was presented in Kigali last year in September 2022. What I'm sharing with you here is just extracts from the first chapter of that volume. And before I discuss these mega trends, I just want to start by saying that maybe we now know food systems around the world are very complex, but to me, one can sum the challenge of Africa's food security issues using these 2 graphics. On the left-hand side here, you see cereal productivity from 1960s up to present day, where North America is at the top, followed by Asia and Latin America. In the line that you see at the bottom there, that almost flat line is what Africa as cereal productivity has been per unit of land. On the right-hand side, you see population growth in the major regions of the world. The top line being Asia, that's been growing, but it's now reaching a point of decline. Then you see in purple is Europe, and then you see the South America and North America in orange and yellow. And that blue line that you see is Africa. Africa is pretty much the only part of the world that is projected to have rapid population growth, especially for the next century or so. So when you put those 2 graphics together, the cereal yields that have stayed constant, and then rapid urban population, population in the African region, that is a point of concern for all of us who work in this particular space. So we know that when it comes to food security and nutritional security, we're always chasing a moving target. This could not be more true in Africa. And for us to be able to solve these challenges, we need to continuously adapt our solutions to the emerging challenges. So what I'm going to share with you here is 6 challenges that were identified, or mega trends that were identified, that are shaping the way food systems are evolving in Africa, and I will just get straight into them. The first one is rural population growth and rising land scarcity. We know that Africa continued to experience high rates of population growth. Between 2017 and 2050, the populations of 26 African countries are projected to at least double. Those are staggering numbers. Over the same period, Sub-Saharan Africa's rural population is expected to rise by 53%. This rapid rural population growth and rising global interest in Africa's farmland is creating conditions for land scarcity, and with it, explosive increases in land values. Now, I'm sure you've heard somewhere that, Africa still has the largest percentage of uncultivated arable land. The truth of that number is that 90% of the region's underutilized agricultural land lies in a few countries, about 3 or 4 only, leaving many of the African countries with limited potential for agricultural expansion. So that should not give us much comfort then. Land scarcity is going to continue to be an issue, and we have to produce more on the same land. The second trend is rapidly growing urban population. Africa's urban population is rising rapidly, even faster than in rural areas. The combination of high population growth and rising incomes is creating explosive growth in food demand. We already know that Africa, has been increasing food import bill, which was around 7 billion in around 2000, and right now it's way over 50 billion by 2020. So I think by most recent estimates, that's around $55 billion a year. That's $55 billion worth of jobs being exported out of Africa, because when we import this food that could otherwise be produced on the continent, we're foregoing some economic development. There's also associated changes in conditions with respect to household incomes, education, and female participation in the workforce that come with urbanization. So the basket of goods that consumers are, eating as food in Africa is also changing as the continent rapidly urbanizes. It means there's a higher demand for, for example, wheat, bread and other foods like that. Third is economic transformation. Economic development in Africa is creating a new and rising middle class. It's quite interesting. You go to some of these countries, you can see the booming middle class. The rising wages and incomes are triggering demand for foods such as meat, fish, processed foods, cooking oil, and foods that are prepared away from home. So no longer are the staple foods just having your rice and maize. They're not adequate anymore. With this, economic transformation, you're seeing a rapid rise in, oil foods and fish that, are being consumed mostly in the urban areas. And also the swelling numbers of relatively affluent Africans who are showing a keen interest in farming has intensified the demand for farmland close to urban areas. You go to any urban areas and you mark around 100 kilometers away from that, you see this new growing class of farmers that are going out there and buying land. These are mostly professionals with job, teachers, bankers in urban areas that are still very much connected to the rural areas, and they're, supplementing their incomes through farming. And we think that this is a new potential for a new class of farmers that Africa could tap into. Fourth is, we all know, climate change and extreme weather events. Africa for sure is not spared from this. Global climate change models predict with a very high level of confidence that Africa is likely to warm during the next century. And due to the large share of rain-fed agricultural production systems across Africa, global climate change is more likely to have immediate and severe effects on food production within a large part of Africa. Climate change will lower agricultural productivity in many areas and possibly driving agricultural expansion into natural areas with associated loss of habitat and ecosystem services and biodiversity. Just to show you graphically what it looks like, for every degree in Celsius projection in global warming, Africa is slightly above that. So if you look at the 2% level, projection for global warming, you see that the color for Africa is, almost 3%. So it looks like Africa is going to be affected way more than the other parts of the world. And with that is going to come more extreme participation, either droughts, flooding, frost, all those extreme weather conditions that are associated with the climate change. And all these have a very strong effect and bearing on the food production and productivity. Fifth is shocks. We've been hearing a lot around, shocks to the system. So when you look at fragile food systems that Africa has, they've been under mounting pressure from increased frequency of and severity of shocks from weather, pandemics, conflict, global food prices. We all know this. And, you know, the recent Russia-Ukraine crisis has really exposed Africa's excessive reliance on global supply chains for key agricultural commodities, such as wheat, corn, and cooking oil. And I'm glad that this is really starting to get the attention of our leaders in Africa to say that we cannot always rely on this global supply chain on these key commodities. You're also finding, you know, as usual, there's organized violence and armed conflict in key that are key drivers of acute food insecurity. Presently, you're seeing this in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Northern Nigeria, Northern Mozambique, Central Sahel, Somalia, South Sudan, and wherever you have violence and conflict, it often impedes the delivery of food distribution and humanitarian assistance. So it's something that we should worry about. I'll show you now something that I just pulled out of the latest FuseNet report that is projecting acute food insecurity in key areas. You can see pretty much from the Horn of Africa throughout the Sahel, there's, you know, mostly weather-related shocks there. And you're seeing when it comes to DRC, Angola, Mozambique, parts of Zimbabwe, there's projection for, you know, need for either crisis or emergency food security situation. So these are things that we should be paying attention to. Last but not least is a trend that I think is one of the more positive ones here, and this is the rise of digital agriculture. We have seen digital agricultural services proven to, you know, help accelerate inclusive agricultural transformation. With the rapid adoption of mobile phones and internet connectivity across the African continent, we've accelerated deployment of digital services, resulting in enhanced access to information, knowledge, financial services, markets, and farm tools. I'm quite excited about this new frontier because we now have new tools that were not there before. And by the way, COVID-19 pandemic has provided a unique opportunity to fast-track the deployment of these contact-free digital solutions across all sectors, including agriculture. So we're seeing the front lines. I think the evidence is still kind of new for much of Africa, but we're seeing the penetration of these technologies. An estimated 30 million farmers or so that are on some form of these mobile platforms already. Digital platforms have unlocked the ability to deliver real-time advice to farmers through very intuitive multimedia formats and often in local languages. And I think the future will only get better on this kind of area for digital applications. You can see the rapid adoption of cell phones across Africa. I'll bet that there's not any other technologies that you can show such an adoption curve. Right now, we're at more than 95 cell phones per 100 people. I know that several people have more than one cell phone there, but that level of penetration means we can deliver solutions related to nutrition and agricultural productivity in much of Africa. Now, the picture is not all glossy. We still have significant gender divides. Women don't have good cell phones. Rural areas are still less connected, but this shows us quite a bit of promise that this is a new technology that we could deploy, improving food and nutritional security. Now, I know there's skeptics out there on the power of technologies, and I just thought that I would close here by showing you, when we presented this report, I did punch in just the other day in ChatGPT, what are the key trends affecting food systems in Africa? And this is the exact response it gave me: climate change, urbanization, population growth, changing dietary patterns, food loss and waste, and lack of investment in agriculture. And we can agree that these are somewhat, you know, very closely what I've already presented here, and we can agree that there's some accuracy to this. This is just to show you that these new innovations, artificial intelligence, can now be deployed to help tackle these, you know, problems that we've always had. And I have quite some hope that some of these, they're not going to be the silver bullet, but they can contribute to the solution. So in conclusion, I want to end by saying that African food systems are highly dynamic. We are chasing a moving target, and our policies and investment priorities should always be adapted according to these new trends. The mega trends vary significantly by sub-region and country. I have just pointed there with a very broad brush. But you go to each of these countries, each of these regions, you see very unique trends that are shaping food systems within those regions, and we need to be mindful of those. I would urge that African governments and development partners, and all of us here in the room and online, can be more effective by better anticipating future opportunities and emerging challenges to proactively prepare them for them rather than merely reacting to them. Often we seem to be fighting last year's battle. A crisis comes up, we develop solutions, but most of these are known ahead of time and we need to be more proactive. You know, it's this great quote by Wayne, the great hockey player said, a good hockey player plays where the puck is, but a great hockey player plays where the puck is going to be. I think when it comes to food security and nutritional security challenges for Africa and much of the global South, we now need to start playing where the ball is going to be. And that's by anticipating what these mega trends are presenting. I'll close there and say thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge the two co-authors of that chapter, which is Robbie Richardson and Tom Jane from Michigan State. And I'll end there and see if there's any questions and points of discussion. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Edward. I think we have time for one quick question. One question?
And can I have a
Yes.
So sorry, Edward, apologies, we missed the beginning of your presentation. But you know, you're saying that we need to be where the puck is going to be, the Wayne Gretzky. Where do you think that is? Where is that we need to be?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I think the answer is it's always moving, right? So if I point to where it is now, we just need to be constantly mindful and monitoring all these mega trends affect where the park is going to be. So we should, I've always hated these 30-year plans for agricultural sector, 20-year plans, because really the truth is that we really don't know where these things are going to drive. You know, nobody knew about COVID, you know, only 4 years ago. So we need to constantly revise our investment priorities and policies to anticipate some of the things we know. For example, population growth. These are things that we know with excellent projections about. Climate change models are predicting certain things. We now need to play to where those trends are showing us, and also leave room and allowance that there's going to be new forces that come into play that will affect where the targets are going to be in the future. So I hope that's, no, that's not a satisfactory answer that's pointing to you where it's going to, if I knew that, I'll probably be getting a Nobel Peace Prize for it.
Hope to see that, right? All right, someday. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Edward. If there are further questions, we can address them in the panel discussion afterwards. So now I would like to move on to introduce Alberta Sagoe, who is online. So Alberta is currently gender policy and strategy expert with the African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning or evening to you all. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes.
And can you see my screen also?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much for having me. And these are the challenges of having a hybrid event, but I'm so glad we are still able to manage to have it work out. My name is Alberta Sego. I am Ghanaian, but I'm currently calling in from Nairobi. And I'll be sharing with you what the African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources is doing in contribution to enhancing aquatic food systems. So I was trying to follow through all the presentations to avoid repeating information that has already been shared, but I wasn't able to. So in case I do repeat something that has already been shared, do forgive me. So I will be sharing a presentation on the topic, Africa's Blue Economy Strategy, Enhancing Aquatic Food Systems. I think we have been talking about food systems in general, but I would like to focus my presentation on the aquatic food systems. Before I delve in, permit me to introduce the institution I work in. It's called AU-IBA for short, which is African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources. AU-IBA is a technical office under the Department of Agric, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment of the African Union Commission. The African Union Commission is a secretariat that serves the African Union. The mandate of AU-IBA is to promote coordination and utilization of all animal resources for the benefit of African citizens. Recently, that mandate has been extended to blue economy development in the African continent. So talking about aquatic food systems, FAO has an interesting definition that encompasses what aquatic food systems are. And it ranges from all the actors interlinked in the value-adding activities involved in production, aggregation, processing, distribution, consumption, disposal of aquatic food products. When we talk about aquatic food products, we are talking about food products that originate from fisheries and aquaculture. And also, it encompasses the economic, societal, and natural environment in which these aquatic food products are embedded. That includes the ocean, coastal waters, wetlands, lakes, rivers, ponds, raceways, fields, and tanks. So all of this embodies what aquatic food systems are. And already you can see how very comprehensive this is. And that also gives an idea of how multifaceted the issues related to proper management of aquatic food systems are. There are quite a number of African Union instruments that have been developed for managing aquatic food systems. And in this slide, I have summarized a few of them I would like to talk about today. We have the first one being the Agenda 2063, which is a strategic framework for socioeconomic transformation for the African continent over 50 years, over a 50-year period. Now, in this document, there is an important aspect of how blue economy can be used to achieve transformative growth in Africa. The next document is the Malabo Declaration on Accelerated Agricultural Growth for Transformation and Shared Prosperity and Livelihoods. In this document, the heads of states of Africa made commitments, different commitments towards accelerating agriculture. And the third commitment is specific on ending hunger in Africa by 2025. And this, through other things, involves improving fisheries and aquaculture. The third important instrument is the Policy Framework and Reform Strategy for Fisheries and Aquaculture in Africa. This document is dedicated to creating a conducive and enabling environment for the fish sector to create equitable social and economic development in Africa. Another important document is Africa's Integrated Maritime Strategy for 2050. This document encompasses key pillars for economic and social development through enhancing, again, blue economy initiative that improves African well-being and also significantly reduces marine environmental risks. I will be elaborating on some of these things as we go on, but I also invite you to have a look at these documents because that's what guides most of the activities being implemented on aquatic food systems in the continent. The final document I'll talk about is the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program, which is CAADP for short. This document also articulates a target of 6% fish resource contribution to agriculture growth on the continent, and also to improve food and nutritional security and enhance livelihoods and generate wealth. So you can see that all of these documents are really important in the transformation of aquatic food systems on the continent. So for the purpose of the discussion today, I'm just going to focus on the two documents highlighted in red. That's the Blue Economy Strategy that was indicated by the Agenda 2063 and the policy framework on fisheries and aquaculture. So the first document, which is the Africa Blue Economy Strategy. This strategy was developed, as I said, in conformity with the goal 6 of the Agenda 2063 policy document. So this strategy is to accelerate blue economy development in Africa. And when we talk about blue economy, we are referring to a concept that promotes sustainable use of aquatic resources for economic growth, improved livelihoods and jobs, and also the enhancement of aquatic ecosystem health. When we talk about aquatic, we are referring to both the ocean and inland water bodies like the rivers and lakes. It is important to note because in other places, the blue economy is only focused on the ocean. But in the context of the African Union Blue Economy Strategy, we include the inland water bodies as well. Why is blue economy being championed for Africa? First of all, Africa has a vast ocean, sea, river, a vast aquatic network that is a source of wealth and livelihoods for many people. Yet most of the resources in these ecosystems are untapped, but they could also be a way of increasing jobs and improving GDP, mitigating climate change effects. So this strategy is looking at how blue economy and the advantage of the blue economy can be tapped into. Now, there is also the potential to create institutional and sectorial linkages by adopting the blue economy concepts. There's also the potential to enhance Africa's structural transformation. We are talking about transformation linked to blue economy sectors like fisheries, mining, shipping, tourism, and trade. The blue economy also provides a management tool for managing Africa's aquatic resources and safeguarding against pollution, exploitation, overexploitation, and also helps to develop a resilient aquatic food system. Finally, we are promoting blue economy in Africa because it will help to strengthen governance, to enhance the quality of public services and improve the business climate. So the Blue Economy Strategy was endorsed at the Specialized Technical Committee for Agriculture rural development, water and environment. It was also endorsed at a high-level meeting of heads of state in 2020. The vision of this strategy is to enhance an inclusive and sustainable blue economy that contributes significantly to Africa's transformation growth. And the purpose is to provide a guide for sustainable development and utilization of aquatic resources in Africa. There are 5 thematic areas of this strategy. The first thematic area is on fisheries, aquaculture, conservation, and sustainable aquatic ecosystems. The second one is on shipping, transportation, trade, ports, maritime security, safety, and enforcement. The third thematic area is on coastal and marine tourism, climate change resilience, environment infrastructure. The fourth is on sustainable energy and mineral resources and innovative industries. And the final thematic area is on policy, governance, employment issues, poverty eradication, and financing. Now, for the purpose of the discussion, I'll focus on the first thematic area of the strategy, which is on fisheries, aquaculture, and also conservation of the ecosystems that support these sectors. The strategic goals are 3. First of all, we intend to optimize conservation and sustainable fisheries and aquaculture resources, whilst minimizing conflicts with other blue economy themes. As I mentioned earlier, there are so many different sectors in the blue economy. This goal is looking at how we can promote conservation of fisheries and also prevent clashes between the fishery sector and other blue economy sectors as countries seek to develop their blue economies. The second goal is to achieve full wealth generating potential for fisheries and aquaculture sector. And the third one is to ensure sustainable social, economic, and environmental equitable outcomes of human rights. Now, the approach being taken to achieve these goals is through collaboration with the member states. The member states are expected to lead initiatives to unlock the full potential of fisheries and aquaculture in their various respective countries, and also to develop targeted interventions to support different partners in their countries, government stakeholders, private sector, NGOs, academia, and have a comprehensive approach towards addressing fisheries and aquaculture issues. Now, the next policy document I said I was going to talk about is the policy framework on fisheries and aquaculture development in Africa, PFRS for short. Now, there are 6 policy areas on this document. This document is also, like I said, focused on creating a conducive and enabling environment for the fisheries sector for the purpose of creating equitable social and economic development in Africa. So the policy areas for this is also looking at conservation and sustainable resource use, responsible and equitable fish trade marketing, sustainable aquaculture development, small-scale fisheries development, regional and sub-regional coordination strengthening, awareness enhancement and human capacity development, and also the issue of high seas fisheries, which is a very important issue because usually countries do put in efforts to manage fisheries within their national jurisdiction. But when it comes to the high sea fisheries, it's a different ballgame altogether. And we know the challenges that are related to that. So this policy framework is also looking at how the various member states can address the issue of high seas fisheries. Now, cross-cutting issues in this framework include strengthening resilience and reduction of vulnerabilities to climate change in fisheries and aquaculture. Also, the issue of gender and youth is a cross-cutting issue in all these different policy arenas. And finally, private sector investment and financial mechanisms is also one of the cross-cutting issues. So I have been talking about all these policy documents and their focus on fisheries and aquaculture, and also conservation of the ecosystems supporting this sector. But why the focus on fisheries and and aquaculture? Why the focus on aquatic food systems? In this diagram, you see two maps. The first map is showing a large marine ecosystems in Africa, and the next map is showing the networks of rivers and lakes we have in Africa. And this provides a very rich and abundant opportunities for aquatic food production systems, because all of these are very productive ecosystems that support fish production in the continent. Now, this also provides a huge potential to significantly increase sustainable contribution to food systems that we are talking about. The presenter before me showed the increasing growth in population, and there is a huge potential to meet these demands. Also, the total fish production from these systems is estimated at about 12.5 million metric tons, which contributes about 6% of the global fish production. So 6% of the global fish production is coming from these ecosystems, and it is very important to properly conserve them and also develop systems for sustainably exploiting the resources. Finally, fisheries also, as a sector, creates employment for about 12 million people, with women constituting 27% in the continent. Now, when it comes to consumption of fish, in 2012, projections were made on how much fish will be consumed by 2030. And it was currently projected to reach about 200 million tons from the 140 million tons at the time, which necessitates action for properly managing these projections. Again, it was projected that by 2030, the population of Africa will reach 1.7 billion people, which means that there's going to be an additional 400 million people who depend on fish and other aquatic resources. Fish food supplies must not then be greatly increased to meet these needs of the growing populations. This map shows an outlook of fisheries and aquaculture sectors. The blue bars show 2018 figures, the red 2030 projections, and then the green 2063 projections. Going to focus on the production. CF is for capture fisheries and A is for aquaculture. When you look at capture fisheries, you see that the projections show it's not really going to change much because we are already dealing with issues of overfishing in most areas. But then when you look at the aquaculture, you see that the projections show a significant growth in aquaculture from about 2 million tons in 2018 to about 3.1 million tons 2030 and 5.3 by 2063. So it shows the trends in having to increase efforts to sustainably produce aquaculture fisheries. Now, with all of the projections and the figures I have spoken about, fisheries continue to
Sorry, Alberta, there's
Sorry, we need to wrap up in 2 minutes. I just
We
want
need to wrap up. Okay, that's fine. So I'm really going to skip through these because these are challenges facing fisheries, and I'm sure we are all aware of them mostly. But just to say, they are categorized into governance challenges, we have socioeconomic challenges, environmental, nutritional, and also capacity challenges. There are opportunities for addressing these. I've listed a few of them here, from leveraging on the guiding documents that have been produced to promotion of blue economy, as I have spoken about. Now, just to speak a bit on what we are doing here at AU-IBA to contribute to this, we are implementing 2 big projects on fisheries and also conservation. The one on fisheries is called FishGov2 project, which is to enhance sustainable fisheries management and aquaculture development in Africa. It's running from 2021 to 2025. It's supported by the European Union. I'm not going to go through these, but these are the strategic objectives of the project. I will share my presentation. The next project is called the Conserving Aquatic Biodiversity in the Context of African Blue Economy project. It also started in 2021, it's running up to 2024, and is funded by the Swedish government. These are the strategic areas also that we are targeting, and these are the summary of activities we are conducting. We are conducting a lot of studies to understand the issues. We are doing a lot of stakeholder engagements. We are doing field visits to aquaculture farms to help strengthen capacity to develop aquaculture in the continent. In conclusion, I want to just reiterate the main concepts of this event, to say that by having a collective action, we can transform food systems. In the advent of COVID-19, climate change, so many issues going on, but with collective action, for example, what we are doing here today, we stand a chance of transforming food systems in the world, particularly to curb the challenges and achieve strategic development goal 2. Thank you so much for your attention and for having me.
Thank you, Alberta. And now we're going to move on to the next session, which is about partnerships and policy. We should have Lawrence Haddad online for the next talk. So I'll hand over to Lawrence now, and I will give you a verbal 2-minute warning before the end of your talk.
Thank you, Natalia, and hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me okay? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Great, thank you. Let me share my screen. So I'm delighted to be here. Thank you so much to LIDC for inviting me. I think you asked me to talk about this new initiative called ICAN, Initiative on Climate Action and Nutrition. It was launched at COP27 last year. It was an initiative of the government of Egypt, and they asked WHO, FAO, and GAIN to help develop it. And so we are the main partners in crime. And I'm going to tell you what it's all about. If I can, don't seem to be able to move my, hold on. I'm going to tell you what it's all about and what we're trying to do. I probably don't need to tell this crowd that both of these important objectives are reducing and eliminating malnutrition in all its forms and accelerating climate action so that we remain somehow in touch with 1.5 degree Paris target. Both of these are off track. It's very clear. You don't need me to tell you that. Some of the stats that are relevant. More than 40% of the world's population are highly vulnerable to climate change. 2 billion plus people are affected by macronutrient deficiencies. We've got nearly as many people obese as we have hungry. So it's a real mess. However, we think we're missing opportunities to act on both by treating both communities and sets of actions as separate. So the conceptual and real connections are very strong, but they're under leveraged. Some of the connections, we know that food loss is the same as nutrient loss, because the most perishable foods tend to be the ones that are most nourishing, fruits and vegetables and dairy. But they also generate sort of emissions which serve no purpose for human nutrition. I would call them zombie emissions. If you produce a food and then it's wasted, it doesn't nourish the body, and it emits emissions for no benefit. And we also know that healthier diets, which are obviously good for nutrition, diets that are rich in vegetables and fruits and pulses and nuts, are on average lower emission. But there's also evidence increasing the other direction. We know there's just been a really interesting paper published last year on how extreme heat in West Africa is causing stunting now. This is controlling for a whole range of other observable and sometimes unobservable factors. We don't really know what the mechanism is, but the impacts are huge, absolutely huge, on stunting, which is kids that are short under the age of 5. And then we also know that by 2050, the nutrient content of many staple foods will be lowered by high CO2 levels. So the connections are strong, and they're growing stronger, and there are many. I've just highlighted 4 of them here, but we're really under leveraging them. And so what ICANN is trying to do is to leverage them. So here's the theory of change. Climate action is the problem. Climate action not scaling up rapidly enough. Malnutrition action not scaling up rapidly enough. And we are missing opportunities to scale up climate action by not linking to nutrition, and vice versa. We're missing opportunities to scale up nutrition by not linking more strongly to climate. So what's the solution? We need to somehow connect the infrastructure of climate and nutrition decision-making to facilitate joint action opportunities. Not every country or every organization will want to do this, but many do, and so we have to make it as easy for them to do it as possible. And the ones that don't want to do it, we have to highlight to them the opportunities they're missing and put a little bit of pressure on them. So the 4 headings that we've grouped all of this infrastructure decision-making under is implementation. For example, NDCs and NNPs. So NNPs are national nutrition plans. NDCs are nationally defined contributions on the emission side. Capacity, so what's happening, how prominent is nutrition in the IPCC reports, how prominent is climate in the ag R&D funding roles. On policy and strategy, for example, is public procurement of food, governments purchase huge amounts of food, is it being guided by nutrition and climate considerations? Dietary guidelines, many governments have dietary guidelines to guide their populations on what to eat and how much to eat and when to eat and which food groups to eat. They're by definition focused on nutrition, but how many of them are focused on climate as well? And then finally, investment. The Green Climate Fund, it says what it does on the tin, it focuses on climate, but what percentage of its portfolio is also looking at nutrition? Same with impact funds. These are blended social impact funds, very big in the climate space. How many of them have anything to do with nutrition? And then the World Benchmarking Alliance, the WBA, which is an independent body that assesses 350 companies that are operating globally, many in Africa and Asia. They rate companies on nutrition and they rate them on climate, but they don't sort of cross-rate them. So that's a fairly straightforward thing to do. How many companies are doing well on climate and nutrition at the same time? So it's these kinds of dimensions we're looking to connect. So if ICANN can really identify key decision-making points, establish baselines for member organizations and businesses, I'll tell you what I mean by that in a minute. If we can then facilitate the negotiation of targets for these this infrastructure around joint decision making, we can then support and facilitate member states and businesses who want to move towards these targets. We can highlight best practices in this integration of the two, and we can monitor progress from the baselines towards the targets. Others will have to, scale up action informed by these issues. Member states will have to do their part. Capacity knowledge organizations, the CGIAR, the US and UK universities, investment institutions like the bank, like IFAD, like the Green Climate Fund, multilaterals will have to do their bit, and businesses. Then we can have more resources, both in the public and the private sector, allocated to the scale up of climate action and nutrition, and hopefully that will lead to more rapid decrease of emissions and more resilient food systems and a more rapid decline in malnutrition in all its forms. So this is the rough theory of change. More simply, what is ICANN going to do? It's going to create this common compelling narrative around climate and nutrition. They're not ships that pass each other in the middle of the night. They actually should go hand in hand. If they go hand in hand, you can advance climate faster than you could without nutrition, and you can advance nutrition faster than you can without focusing on climate. They connect the infrastructure. This is where we're at the moment. This is what we're mostly focusing on. Then facilitate action and highlight best practices. So these are the 20 or so indicators that we are working to populate for the baselines. And these numbers came out of a series of consultations prior to COP27. I've mentioned some of them.